Morning and begin the meeting. This is the March meeting of the Arlington County Energy Committee subgroup of C2E2. Our first order of business today is to approve the March meeting agenda, which Rena has already sent around, as well as the February meeting summary. February meeting summary was longer than usual, great amount of detail. Would entertain feedback from folks on whether or not we need that level of detail. Thinking it could be perhaps a little bit burdensome for Rita to have to take that detail of notes. Any thoughts on this before we approve? Any discussion?
What about you, Rena? Do you have AI assistants or?
I didn't, so that was just me typing away. So I would love to scale it back if that's okay with everyone.
Yeah.
Just take main topics and then feed us if that works for everyone.
Yeah, okay. The feedback is that we would accept less detailed notes that just give an overview of the discussion without attribution or verbatim note taking.
The attributions on all these are recorded too, right? So
yeah, there is a recording. So we have those detailed records. If for whatever reason we need to go back and which I have done before, go back and watch the recording. But those are not posted publicly. They're available, but they're not posted. Yeah. C2E2 meetings are automatically posted. These are not, but they are available. The meeting minutes are posted publicly, but I think that in balancing all the interests, it's probably best for Rena to focus on capturing the overall sentiment and meeting notes as opposed to the level of detail that if we needed, we could go back to the recording to procure. So with that, I will entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda and the February meeting summary together.
So
Second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay, great. Those are approved. Second order of business, is there any public comment? I see we're joined by members of the public. Anybody have any public comment? Okay. With that, we will go into our presentation on EV infrastructure with Matthew Wade of Virginia Clean Cities. Matt, thank you so much for joining us. I was very pleased that our longtime EC member, Kevin Vincent, was able to connect us with an expert speaker on this topic. Unfortunately, he can't be with us tonight. But I think one thing that's really important is our charge from C2E2 asks us to capitalize on budget cycle opportunities and the FY 27 to 2036 capital improvement plan to support funding for priority transportation programs and investments, including electric charging infrastructure to serve both county fleets and residents. So that's something that we'll be discussing today in the context of the FY 27 budget. But I thought it would be helpful to get a lay of the land to understand where we're at on a national level, at a state level, across the Commonwealth, and we can interpolate here to Arlington County. So with that, please take it away, and thanks again for being with us.
Yes, thank you, Elizabeth. I really appreciate you allowing me to do this remotely. My wife has meetings after work, and sometimes I can't quite get away.
Understood.
But yeah, if everybody can hear me, okay, I'm going to share some slides. I've also attached, I sent Elizabeth the slide deck in a PDF, so I don't know if that was included in the agenda, but I'm Matthew Wade. I'm Deputy Director with Virginia Clean Cities, and we are a federal partnership of the Clean Cities and Communities program. We've been operating for 30 years now in Virginia. We're one of 75 designated coalitions that represent areas across the country, advancing alternative fuels like electricity for vehicles to achieve clean transportation goals, such as reducing emissions and reducing our dependence on foreign oil and gasoline, while also promoting economic opportunity through the jobs that are created through building new stations and developing new technologies. So that's who we are. Let's see if I can. So yeah, we went through the mission. We're based at James Madison University. We have 7 full-time employees. Well, we are a nonprofit, so that gives us the ability to go raise money, to write grants, and help private sector and public sector entities initiate or deploy alternative fuel vehicles and fueling stations and programs. So and Arlington County has been a longtime stakeholder in the coalition. We are fuel and technology neutral. We work with fleets and consumers to determine the best application for their business or operation. We don't prescribe something. We work through the facts and through the data to determine what is the best fuel for the application. So electric vehicles have been around for a long time now, and they're really starting to take off. Electricity is produced in Virginia. We are seeing, a serious demand for electricity coming from data centers. All the growth really is in the data centers that are being constructed. We talk to our utility partners regularly, and they used to be concerned about EVs. They're not concerned about EVs putting a strain on the grid anymore. It is a fraction of what data centers are going to be creating. And so as you can see, the electricity mix in Virginia is getting cleaner. We're only at about 22% coal now, about 19% nuclear, 38% natural gas, but most of the generation that's being put into place now is renewable, whether that's wind or solar. New natural gas plants are going to take 5 to 10 years to build, and the nuclear plants that they're planning, that's going to take even longer. So really the growth that we're seeing is in renewable, which makes electric vehicles even cleaner. So not only are they clean from the tailpipe, they're now getting cleaner from the energy that they use. So electric drive vehicles, I think most folks are familiar with this technology at this point, but it's basically an electric motor and a battery. They have about 300 to 400 moving parts, whereas a gasoline vehicle has several thousand. So it's a much simpler machine, much less costly to operate and maintain. There's no oil changes, no transmission fluid. It is a mindset change when you drive an EV. You can't just get in it and drive it across the country and then expect to do so without any difficulty or delay. You really have to plan your commute and your trips a little more effectively. Plug-in hybrid vehicles, those are electric motors powered, but they also have a gasoline backup. And now that we are seeing kind of the federal government step away from incentives like tax credits for EVs, where I believe we will start seeing a more focus from the manufacturers on plug-in hybrid electrics and hybrid electric vehicles. So EVs are not going to go away. I think we'll still see their share of the market growing, but we'll start seeing more adoption and more offerings from manufacturers of PHEVs and hybrid electric vehicles. So how does this work? You have an electric battery that stores the energy. You charge it up. You can charge it on your 110 outlet or a DC fast charger, producing no emissions, but there are upstream emissions from wherever the power is generated, so that has to be considered. There is a driving range. Most EVs in 2026 are in the high 200s now, 275 miles of range, 65 kilowatt to 100 kilowatt battery packs. And these battery packs are typically lithium ion or nickel metal hydrate. But I think in the next several years, we're going to see more solid state batteries, which is a type of lithium. It's a lithium iron battery. And these are actually better because they're safer. They can hold more electricity. I mean, there's some Chinese companies that have batteries that can get 650 miles of range in a single charge now. So we're not allowed to buy those because we can't import them at the moment. But eventually, those products will come here and that technology will come here, and we'll have American-made solid-state battery vehicles that are going to get 600 miles of range. So, and they're safer. They don't have the volatility of a lithium-ion battery. So, not only are they're better quality, they have longer range, they charge faster, but they're safer. So, as I mentioned before, light duty electric vehicles are continuing to be adopted at a staggering speed. We're seeing about a 50% increase in electric vehicle registrations every year in Virginia, and in Northern Virginia, Fairfax, Arlington, Alexandria. Those localities make up the lion's share of the adoption of electric vehicles in the state. I think we're at probably 130,000 registered electric vehicles in Virginia, and I think about 250 to 300,000 hybrids. So these are being adopted at a rapid pace as we see more charging stations being deployed. That is only accelerating and facilitating the adoption of EVs. There's, I believe, 70 models now of electric vehicle being offered in 2026. So when I started this job in 2013, I think there was the Nissan Leaf, and that was it. Now, we have every major manufacturer has multiple EVs, and so they are very serious about offering this product, despite the federal kind of backsliding that we're seeing. People ask about battery recycling and second life batteries. So, at the end of the useful life of a vehicle, which is about 10 years, the batteries are still useful. You probably still have 80 to 90% of the battery's capacity is remaining. So that battery can be removed from the vehicle. It can either be scrapped, separating the materials and the critical minerals that are in the battery, and then reused, or that battery itself can then be used for on-site solar backup power, things of that nature. So there are lots of companies out there now that are exploring ways to commercialize second life battery or battery recycling. As I mentioned, the batteries themselves, they come in different chemistries. Like I said, I think my educated guess is we're going to be phasing out lithium ions and moving towards solid states. It's just been a function of, can they get the production scaled up to make them cost effective? And like any product like this, you have to make lots and lots and lots of them to drive down the cost. And they're becoming more cost competitive with lithium ions. So we shall see here in the next few years if that investment in manufacturing lines pays off. Now we kind of get into what we actually want to talk about here, which is charging infrastructure. And so there's three types of charging infrastructure that are really prevalent. Wireless charging is not so prevalent in the United States. There was some discussion about it 4 or 5 years ago, but it hasn't really taken off. But level one, this is your 120 volt wall outlet, primarily used for residential use, but you could also use this at workplaces or fleet garages. It's very, very inexpensive. It's the cheapest way to charge an electric vehicle. Level two, you'd need basically a dryer outlet, a 240 volt, 30 to 100 amp circuit. So you need a dedicated circuit for all of these. You can't necessarily run multiple appliances off a circuit while you're charging a vehicle, because you'll overload it, because most circuits don't like to have a continuous load on them. So that's why a dedicated circuit is the preferred method. The National Electric Code requires that. So a level two, you're getting about 25 miles an hour range per hour, depending on your amperage. And these are also good for residential or commercial or workplace or multifamily. DC fast chargers, this is your most expensive option. You know, your 480 volt, 3-phase power, getting 100 to 200 miles of range in 30 minutes. And these are primarily for, you know, truck stops, gas stations, places where people are coming in and out really fast and kind of turn. You're seeing a lot of turnover. So that's the business model behind a DC fast charger is you almost want to run them like a gas station. Whereas a level 2, you have a dwell time of, you know, 2 to 6 hours. And so that's why you see those at parks, at shopping centers, at movie theaters, places where there's something to do or some people will be occupied for, you know, 2 to 6 hours to get that full charge. And then we have what's it called? Extreme fast charging. I mean, I don't even consider it extreme at this point. I think this is where fast charging will be, because the vehicles that are being manufactured today and designed today are all going to have 350 kilowatt or higher capabilities. And so these are where you can pull in, charge in 10 to 15 minutes, and then you're on the way. So it's almost equivalent to a gas station at that point. But this requires substantial upgrades and make ready and electrical upgrades, things of that nature. You're talking transformers that are at, you know, at least 1,000 kilowatts or 1,000 kilovolts. And then it's just very expensive, but it's becoming more and more in demand, especially with the NEVI program, basically requiring all stations to have at least 150 kilowatt station capacity, and then 4 stations. So you're talking at least 600 kilowatts at that point in one location. And most Tesla supercharger stations have at least 10 stalls, and each of them are at 150 kilowatts or higher. So we're talking a lot of electricity in one place. There's different plugs. So the SAE J1772 has been the standard. That's your typical plug that you see that goes into an EV. There's 3 different types of fast charger plug. The CHAdeMO, which is the Japanese Korean standard, that's basically going away. The CCS SAE combo, that's the North American European standard. That'll be with us for a few more years. And then there's what the Tesla is called. It's called the NACS, or the J3400. And that is kind of where everyone is going in the future, or at least in the near term. All the manufacturers are adopting the NACS, North American charging standard. So I saw the new Chevy Bolt was recently unveiled for 2027, and it's got a NACS port on it. So they've already adopted the Tesla standard at GM. We're seeing more and more ports being built and more stations being built across Virginia. We've got over 5,400 ports now. So we're doing a pretty good job of building out stations. As you can see, there's still some gaps in central Virginia and, you know, northern neck and the rural areas. We really have not addressed that as well as we could. There was some legislation, this General Assembly, called a Rural EV Charger Fund. It was basically, I think, create a pot of money to help deploy charging stations in these rural areas, but it did not make it past crossover, so we'll have to try again next year. You know, Virginia Clean City's goal is to work with fleets and with businesses to help deploy these public charging stations and fleet charging stations. So that's where our focus is. For a city like Arlington County, or a county like Arlington, you know, you have a premium on parking. So because, and I lived in East Falls Church, so I remember just how dense and how busy the area is, and just how many cars there are, even with all the public transportation. So, you know, having priorities or having ways to identify good locations for EV charging, I think will serve the county well, as you try to prepare for the wave of EVs that are coming. And then I think the discussion we wanted to turn to is like, where does it make sense to put chargers? Like where do we see the business case? And EVgo has a great story to tell. They actually turned a profit for the first time last year, building charging stations in shopping centers, workplaces, places where, like I said earlier, where people go and attend. And it's really a function of how many charging sessions you can generate per day to get that revenue, to get that profitability. So, the private sector is starting to see some profitability with EV chargers, so that's a good sign. That means that we are kind of getting past the death valley that these technologies experience. Charging at home and multifamily, I think this is another opportunity for Arlington County, incentivizing multifamily properties to either retrofit their parking, or if a new building is being constructed, to have requirements that they either make the spots EV ready or actually go ahead and install the equipment. So EV ready is like you basically have the parking garage or parking lot plumbed with conduit to several parking spaces. So when they're ready to put the chargers in, they don't have to go back and tear up their parking lot again. So that is a potential area where Arlington County can be proactive, is by mandating or adding in your permitting process, having a requirement for EV ready parking. And I have been working with Arlington County on the Charging Smart program, and we should be probably designating y'all as a bronze Charging Smart locality here in the next several months. We've worked through your zoning ordinances and evaluated a lot of the programs and incentives of the county. And so, you guys are on the right track and doing a lot of good stuff in the county to incentivize EV charging. But I know Arlington is constrained because it's a very dense and built out community. So you're kind of like where I live in Harrisonburg, we're constrained, but it's only because we don't have any empty lots really left to build stuff. And the county next to us won't let us buy any land from them. So there's like a discussion of like pivot points, like how do you create awareness of charging? You want to put them in commercial areas so people are aware of them, putting them in multifamily resident properties so that when people pull into their parking garage or their parking lot, they see the charger. It becomes real to them. They see people charging it and using it as another thing. It's like, oh, if that person's using it, so can I. Equity focus. So Dominion Energy has a program called the Electric Vehicle Charging Assistance Program. This will actually pay 100% of the cost of EV chargers for multifamily properties. They have to apply to the program and work with Dominion, but that is a great program for multifamily housing to acquire EV charging at a very low cost or no cost at all. They also have a level 2 program for commercial properties. Unfortunately, the Dominion program is not available to local governments. It's pretty much reserved for private entities, or even it's actually for churches as well. So if you know houses of worship that would like to install charging, this is a great program for that as well. So, basically we are kind of at this pivot point right now where people are aware of EVs, but we need to showcase that the community is ready for EVs, I guess is what I'm saying. Like we're showing by removing these barriers. And so by helping with streamlined permitting, having a very clear permitting process for electric vehicle charging, that really reduces the soft costs. I think Arlington may have EV chargers do not count against the minimum parking for a property. That helps a lot as well, because developers don't want to lose parking. They don't want to give up a space for a charging station. So making sure that charger is not negatively impacting their property, permit. So yeah, curbside charging. Curbside charging is still in its infancy, I think, just because of the way cities are built. We have sidewalks and right of ways, and it's very difficult to put curbside charging in, and who owns it? Does the utility own it? Does the city own it? Like, there's a lot of pieces that have to be resolved to get curbside charging. But there are some pilot projects. Fredericksburg actually has a pilot project where they're allowing citizens to put in curbside charging in front of their house, as long as they, fill out the right permit application and follow a bunch of rules and steps. And I think they're trying some interesting things in Fredericksburg. So where are these like policies and programs? As I mentioned, EV ready building codes requiring the conduit panel capacity and EV ready spaces, streamlining zoning permitting for multifamily EV chargers, working with your utility, working with Dominion to publicize their programs, because Dominion can really make these things very simple and very easy to accomplish. Incentives, grants, and rebates, make-ready programs, technical guidance, and siting recommendations, reducing these barriers. And so if there's any other question, I guess I can take a break now. I had 18 slides, so I'll just take a moment for any questions that folks might have.
Great. Thank you, Matt. What questions do we have from committee members?
I got one. I would assume that if we're at bronze, that's probably not gold or the highest we can go. And I'm just curious if there's anything, off the top of your head that, within the constraints that we operate, there's some low-hanging fruit that we could recommend that Arlington move forward on some policies.
Oh, I'd have to pull up your scorecard here and see. We've got 20 other localities in this project that we're working with. So, but yeah, let me get back to you with that answer here in a second, as soon as I can find your your scorecard.
Do we want to entertain another question while he's searching for that?
Oh, I had the same question, but I was wondering if, I wanted to spend a little longer on the policy slide, because I think that's where we have the greatest
That's where we're
interest.
going. Yep.
So it was like your last slide about
Oh,
things
sure.
that we are doing or could be doing more of.
Yeah.
So,
Right. So Arlington, man, where is theirs? So yeah, we have a zoning review memo from Arlington, and so you've got an EV charging station policy, which is good. You've got an EV charging at home installation process, which is good. These are all posted on your website. Potential barriers in current code language. Let me see. So, EV chargers are not defined in the 2025 zoning code. Permitting electric chargers. So an accessory. So what really helps is permitting, like allowing EV chargers to be permitted as an accessory by right. So they don't have to get a special use permit, essentially. And so partially, I believe in some of your historic districts, they are not permitted by right. I think that's what we came up with. Yeah, accessory use. I think that was the issue. Existing, maybe located adjacent parking. Currently, EV charging is not explicitly permitted by right as an accessory use based on the definitions of accessory use. EV chargers are likely incidental and subordinate to the primary use and contribute to the necessity of primary use occupants. So that is probably the number one thing that could be done. Yes, I think we have a question.
Yeah, Brian.
Thanks for this presentation. This was really thorough and really helpful. One thing that's constantly on my mind about EV charging is that existing landlords of existing multifamily buildings, or really any rental property, are not very motivated to retrofit their properties with EV chargers. What policies are out there to incentivize that? That really seems like an area that needs a carrot as opposed to a stick. There's not really sort of a latch point there. What can you say about, what policies are out there to encourage retrofits? Because there's a lot of existing rental property already in Arlington County.
Yeah, in terms of like something that the county can say that's like, all right, well, if you're gonna retrofit, building X, while you're doing that, you need to add in, or you need to make X number of parking spots EV ready. So, I haven't seen much of that legislation go anywhere. Even like California and Oregon, which have some of the most generous, I guess, programs for EV charging. There is a company named Fourth Mobility that has a best practices guide for multifamily housing, but I don't even know if they have like sample legislative language that could, or ordinance language, like building codes. Like the other thing is you're fighting against the construction code of Virginia, which doesn't require any of this. And so every time the building code gets negotiated or rewritten, which is every 5 years or something, like we always try to fight for EV chargers to be included in there as like, this is something we need to plan for. This is something you need to put extra conduit in your building to accommodate, EV charging. And every time it gets shot down. So
yeah, that's really helpful. And as you're talking, I'm just thinking about it, sort of code-based efforts are probably fought pretty hard by the building industry, and any sort of requirement tied to building upgrades might be a blocker to improving buildings. Buildings might just sort of stay unimproved if there's sort of something hung on it. But I wonder if there's any type of like revenue sharing policy where that would allow a landlord install an EV charger and you could sort of share some revenue from some of the costs, you could charge for charging.
Right. I mean, there's no law that says you can't collect revenue for electricity. I mean, you could sell it, and I could sell electricity from my house if I was like generating solar. But so that's where the Dominion program comes in. Providing essentially the make ready, the electrical upgrades, new transformers, basically they'll do everything from the pole to the or to the meter. They'll get the electricity to the site, then it's on the building owner to upgrade their building. So it doesn't solve the whole cost problem because, upgrading electrical on a parking deck is extremely expensive. I've seen some insane project quotes lately of retrofitting parking decks to add just even like level 2s on the wall of a building. Like it's nothing fancy. So it's, but yeah.
How much does that run for, per space? If you could give us a ballpark of like retrofitting a multifamily home, like an apartment building.
Level 2.
Level 2 charge.
Well, I mean, I will say it varies, but I have seen site engineering plans that can run $7,000 to $8,000 just for the engineer to look at it. I've seen a project where they wanted to install 7 level 2 chargers on a wall in a parking deck, and the installation was going to cost $70,000. The equipment was $20,000. So it's not the equipment really that's the impediment here, it's the installation costs. I think Fairfax County's charging, they have I think it's called Charge Up program. Alexandria has their Plug-in Alexandria program. These are 2 local initiatives that are helping multifamily properties go through this process of
What are those
evaluating.
called? You said
I think,
Alexandria?
yeah, Fairfax, Alexandria's is called Plug-in Alexandria. And I think Fairfax County's is called Charge Up Fairfax. But yeah, Fairfax County has a good program, and they work because they allow the local or the property owner to stack the incentives of the grant from the county. I think the grant's like in Alexandria, it's $10,000 is the most they can get, or 15,000 if you're a environmental justice community. You can stack that with the Dominion program and get a lot of your project paid for that way. Now, it's a grant-based program, so there's an application process, and you got to keep records and file all this paperwork, and then to get your rebate, and you have to do the work first too. You can't get paid up front.
And
But
structurally,
yeah.
organizationally, are those entities, government entities or nonprofits that like 501c3s that do that work and help staff those grants? And
So Charge Up Fairfax is all done by Fairfax County. We're actually helping with the Plug-in Alexandria project. So we are facilitating the document collection, the review of the project, and then we actually are going to be the ones issuing the rebate once everything is processed and approved. But we also help by meeting with the property owner or the property manager and doing a little site analysis, technical analysis of what their parking deck looks like or their parking area. How will this charger be used? What types of equipment make sense? If your homeowners association only wants to put in 3 chargers, well, don't do a site design for 6. That's like, these are like things that happen that we catch as we're going through this process with them. So
what, if anything, do you see changing if we're able to really get V2G technology and programs off the ground? Because it strikes me that for a multifamily retrofit at $90K all in, you need to probably get a cut of every time someone charges, but you could also be taking a cut of every time somebody is simply plugged in and
Right.
getting compensated for using that battery as a grid asset.
Yeah.
That's
So there's
different kind of technology, but what changes in that scenario?
Yeah, so the V2G is interesting because there's a lot of opportunity there to, as you said, be a battery storage for the grid. There's all this talk about virtual power plants and utilizing underutilized electricity that's on the grid. I mean, there's plenty of electricity on the grid. It's just not being sent to the right places effectively. And so V2G could help solve that. The issue is like, one, you have to have Dominion agree to let you backfeed off your property, kind of like with solar. And 2, you got to have the right type of electric vehicle, with the right type of battery that will allow you to do that. Like there's very few electric vehicles that will actually let you do V to G right now. School buses let you have it. I think the Nissan Leaf can do it, but yeah, I would need to research that further to understand like the complexity of V to G and how to make a business case out of it.
I wonder too, I know that there are some vehicles that are capable of it and some that are not, but I wonder how many models are
Yeah.
looking at that as a warranty issue rather than a technical issue.
Right.
And really, it's kind of a question of unlocking that revenue stream and figuring out how to do it. That, I think that's another thing that we've lost ground on at the, with a federal pivot away from emphasis on electric vehicles. Because I know there were a number of pilots that were rolling out with utility support. I think a number of utilities are highly supportive of not just managed charging, but P2G. So it's everybody kind of needs to be swimming in the same current, is what I'm hearing, and we're not right now.
I'm working on another project where we're deploying EV chargers and electric delivery vans for a FedEx contractor. And working with a private business person has been illuminating because he knows like how to maximize every dollar that he spends. And we have this new 100% bonus depreciation rule now with the tax code. So if a business were to deploy EV chargers and they spend $50,000 putting them in, that's 100% tax write-off first year. I mean, it's like impossible. It's like impossible not to make money at this point. So, I mean, I'm not an accountant, so don't cite me there, but that's, yeah.
Okay, I think we have time for maybe one more question, Ensign.
Oh, one more question. Okay. I might derail us just slightly then. Yeah, I guess I'm curious, does Virginia Clean Cities have any projects or working with any organizations, not only just on electrifying private vehicles, but also on transitioning cities to electric public transit or investing more in rail and buses? Because as vitally important as electrifying electric vehicles is, I think cleaning up cities is more than just keeping us on individual cars and moving to more affordable, community-minded means of transit. So are there any projects in the work by Virginia Clean Cities?
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree. I mean, we're not going to solve this problem if everybody just goes out and buys an electric vehicle. So we definitely need to encourage more use of public transit and energy efficient mobility systems, bikes, scooters, anything that doesn't have a internal combustion engine, essentially, and doesn't take up a lot of space on a road. But yes, I mean, what you're talking about is like Arlington Transit using a Federal Transit Administration grant, which pays 90% for vehicles and capital equipment. So Arlington Transit could work through FTA, or they could work through the Department of Rail and Public Transit, apply for a grant through the FTA, and they would get 90% of it funded for their vehicles, for any infrastructure upgrades. That includes EV charging. That includes workforce training. So training your technicians on how to fix these vehicles, how to drive them, all that stuff. So FTA is the way to go. Loudoun County is doing this right now with their transit center. They're buying, I think, or they're building a new natural gas facility for their transit authority. And they're going to run like 120 CNG transit buses all over the county. So, and that's all FTA money paying for that. But we don't play in that field. Like that's a whole different organization. That's Department of Rail and Public Transit's portfolio.
That makes sense. No, thank you very much.
Stephanie, do you have a quick one before?
Oh, sure. What progress has Virginia made in building, fast charging stations through the NEVI, the federal NEVI program?
Yes. So I laugh, but I also cry at the same time because, we had gotten to the point, and we work with VDOT on this project as well. Like, I work with their staff, and like they got everything to the finish line, and then they changed the rules. Like, they had 52, I think, sites identified and contracted and ready to go, and then Federal Highway Administration pulled the rug out from under them, made them start all over. So now we're back to square one. We've got, I think, 2 sites under construction of the 50. I believe 3 or 4 more have received their notice to proceed. That's what I've heard at the last meeting we had. And the problem is that now there's this public comment period from FHWA that wants to basically take the Buy America threshold for EV chargers from 55%, which was already hard enough to meet if you're an EV charger manufacturer, to 100%, which is impossible to meet. Like, I've talked to EV chargers manufacturers all over the country, and none of them can meet this standard. Like, you're talking not just the bolts and the microchips and the container units, like the paint has to be Buy America. So, if it goes to Canada to be painted, sorry, doesn't count. So we're in a real interesting position with NEVI. I think if we get our stuff contracted and the equipment, in the ground in the next 6 months, that may be all we're going to see before the new regs come in to kind of administratively kill NEVI. There may be hope though. There may be waivers granted by FHWA to allow, certain materials in the chargers to not be American, but it's very difficult. It's very frustrating.
Great. Well, on that unfortunate note, we're
I
a
will
little schedule, so
yeah.
let's all thank Matt for this presentation.
Yep. Thank you. I will say there is another program that's kind of being piloted in Charlottesville, like e-bikes, an e-bike free, like a free e-bike program.
Yeah,
I don't know if you've got stuff like that. Okay. Yeah. So good. That's a great opportunity to get people out of cars and exercising. So, but yeah, Yep. Thank you. Y'all have a good evening. And if you have any more questions, feel free to reach out to me. Elizabeth has my contact info. I'll be happy to help.
All right.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. Moving quickly through our agenda. I don't know how many of you were able to attend the Climate and Cuisine event that took place a couple of weeks ago, that was put on by the Climate Policy Office. I was fortunate enough to get there. It was really great. Very, very impressed at the production quality and the quality of events and booths. There were a number of questions, I think, and booths and stations about how Arlington is approaching EV charging stations. But I wanted to give Rena an opportunity to kind of walk us through the event, which was the official kickoff for the Climate Action Plan, and just share a little bit about how that event came together, what CPO got out of it, and what the next steps are.
Yeah, so I have pictures. Hopefully people can see that. I think I'm sharing my screen. Kind of hard to tell with with the way this is set up, but I think I'm sharing. So the event was our official kickoff for the Climate Action Plan community engagement process. We started off with an open house. So as you can see, we had different organizations tabling. We had Arlington Tree Connection there, Eco Action Arlington with our eco ambassadors. We had FOA in there too. We had county representatives as well. So we had solid waste that they had a table. We had air out there and parks. Air also had outside some EVs parked where people can go and like look
I'm
at.
in the wrong door for that.
Yeah. So they had them parked out in front of the library so people could go like see, and just look inside like the hood of an EV. So pretty lively discussion. A lot of people went by the tables. We had 100 people attend just the open house part. And as you moved into the auditorium for the main event, there were also sustainable bites that were created by Virginia Cooperative Extension. So I believe it was like an apple and carrot slaw, all sourced from our farmers markets here in Arlington, and also a pumpkin energy bite. And those were served in compostable cups, and we had compost stations where people could dispose of everything. Next to that, we also had one of our panelists, Gina Chersavani. She's the owner of Buffalo and Bergen, and she made mocktails. So people could come and drink these delicious grapefruit mocktails that use the entire grapefruit. So they had zero waste, which is pretty cool. So after people got a chance to look at all these tables, they went into the auditorium for the main event. We had 200 people at the main event, so standing room only, was packed in there. And we had Matt DeFranti, chair. He gave opening remarks. And then Jennifer Fioretti, who is assistant county manager for public policy, she gave some remarks as well. And then we moved into the panel discussion. So Mark Easter was kind of like the highlight main event. He wrote The Blue Plate, which is a food lover's guide to climate chaos. It's a really cool book if anybody wants to look. It's also like stunning. The cover is really pretty. There's some really nice photos. And he was a greenhouse gas accountant. And he went into and created this book because he wanted to make eating sustainably more accessible to people. So not just, you have to be vegan, but also like making choices that reduce your carbon footprint. So for example, I learned apparently, I think it's tree nuts have a negative carbon footprint. So pretty cool. And he gave a whole presentation, and then we moved into the panel. So we had Mark Easter at the table, and also Imani Black, who is an oyster farmer and owner of Minorities in Aquaculture. And then we had Gina Shersavani, who I mentioned is Buffalo and Bergen's owner and chef, and they work really hard at their restaurant to make everything sustainable. And they're opening a location in Arlington soon, which is pretty cool. And then we also had Samantha Kuhn, who is owner of JK Community Farm, which is a completely nonprofit farm that gives basically all their vegetables and fruits out to the community for free. And she had great ideas and great commentary to make about soil health and ways that she makes her farm sustainable. So that was a really engaging conversation. I think a lot of people really enjoyed it. We received a lot of good feedback on that. And then people had a chance to ask questions at the end. So yeah, we had 200 people at the event, and then we had 100 and something online also streaming it. So really popular event, which is exciting. I think I have I have more pictures here. This is the actual, here's from the panel. So really exciting because for me, it was heartwarming to just have so many like-minded people in one room and just see, the support from the community for this event. I mean, when I was putting it together, I was very much like, this sounds cool to me, but like, is it cool to everyone else? I don't know, right? But then we had, within a few weeks, we had 300 plus registrations. So like, it was a wildly attended event. And then, from there, since that's the kickoff for our climate action plan, we're hoping that they keep that momentum and keep showing up to the events that we put together. So right now we're in the process of finalizing our stakeholder engagement plan. So we'll have a full plan of what we're going to be doing for the next 2 years to engage the community. First phase coming up, which is going to start literally next month, is the visioning process. So we're going to literally go out in the community and ask people, what do you want to see in the climate action plan? Because first of all, we want to make sure this plan is built by and for the community because they're the ones who are going to be using it, right? So we'll be putting together open houses, tabling events, pop-up events, different opportunities where we'll just be out in the community, meeting people where they are, so that we can hear from them and see, you know, where we go next in the development of the climate action plan.
Excellent. Yeah, this was a really fantastic event. Again, I really encourage members of this committee to lean into these processes and events. These will be one of many ways that we engage on the climate action plan. But we won't be the only folks providing input to that plan. So obviously it's broader than energy now. But I think we will want to retain like a very close collaboration with the various stakeholder groups and the consultants and the climate policy office as they move through this process. So I know we've gone back and forth and had conversations about like speed versus accuracy. And I think, you know, a 2-year process should certainly produce a very, you know, robust document. But I think if, to the extent that we can start thinking about targeting some of our priorities and input to the plan, we can have bolder ideas instead of like many scattershot ideas. So that's kind of going to be part of my goal for the next year, is to come with some big ideas that we think are worthy of a big investment in the climate action plan, and sort of prioritize among like many possible things that we could do to address climate change. Where are we getting the best value, best long-term benefit, most equitable impact for the county and beyond? Any questions for Rena about that event or the climate action plan process, next steps?
Rena's discussion was very objective, and it was almost like this whole thing happened, but if I understand correctly, you were the lead on this, Rena, is that right?
Yes.
So it's really, you deserve a lot of credit for this whole thing.
Let's do a
I'm
round
really
of applause.
proud of you.
I feel like everything in this plan is going to be a community effort, because we really can't do it alone as a county, as, you know, the climate policy office. It's going to be everyone together. And I mean, that open house was so many different people coming together. I mean, even like the composting, right? The library didn't have composting. So we had solid waste literally brought the bags and like, and they set them up. So it's like putting everyone together. And I think this event was a good launch, because it showed us that we do have that support in the community, in the county, with our partners. So it's really exciting and energizing, because it sets the tone for what's coming.
Well, I'm really glad that you got that turnout that matched the level of attention to detail that CPO put into this event, because again, production value, the lighting, the graphics, the seating, the flow, everything was just really very professionally put together, and really just set us up very well for you know, moving through this process. So I was incredibly impressed. I'm very glad that you got that many people to kind of see what Arlington is capable of. So other questions, comments?
From an organizing point of view, so, you know, we do pretty well, community groups, to get a few dozen people together to talk about these issues. So 300 plus is a great number. Can you think of some kind of repeatable lessons about what had the most impact? Was the library connection helpful? You know, and plus, obviously, you guys have a great newsletter that has good reach.
Yeah.
But how did you do it?
Yeah, I think so. I think the partnership was crucial. And we, from the beginning, when we started talking about this event, we threw around a few ideas, but we knew we had to find a good partner, because as a small office, you know, it's one thing to go ahead and like put together an event, but it's only 3 of us. So it's like, we need the manpower, and the library has been doing these read series for years, and they've got it down to a science. So it was a matter of approaching them with the idea and then working with them to put together the program. So I think that partnership was huge. especially day of. I mean, there were so many people helping out and, cleaning up, putting together everything. It really took the pressure off us where we were kind of just managing versus like doing, like putting out the tables and all this other logistical stuff that they were able to help us with. So that was big. I think marketing it was really important. We did like a two-pronged approach where libraries did a lot of their marketing on their end. So there were, their website, newsletters, people who usually attend their events, they were reaching out to them. And then on the county side, we were also doing our marketing on our end. So it was like just, I guess, hitting people from every side about this event. I also reached out to the civic associations. So a few of them put them in their newsletters. We did social media. So we basically just found every single way to do it. I also think, Mark Easter is a compelling speaker. So finding someone who has kind of like a little bit of that star power. And originally we had two other chefs who were also part of the conversation. We had Rob Rubba and David Guas, who are both kind of local celebrities. They ended up dropping out last minute. So that was a bit of a scramble to find somebody new, but Gina was great. So that ended up working out. And I think really was just that, it was just promoting as widely as possible. And that partnership with the libraries, that made a huge difference.
Yeah, very smart leverage.
Yeah, I think, congratulations again on this. It's fantastic to see like that kind of energy and everything. And it's because it's felt, oftentimes a little bit down since a
Yes.
certain January. But so bringing a sense of joy with this, I think is really incredible. It's, sometimes like we could just heard about going through this long process, we get to it and then like the rug gets pulled out from others, but celebrating things that, as we do some of this process, celebrating meaningful steps that people are already taking, and like as part of this engagement process, just having a sense of joy about it, showing people, showcasing people that are bringing something they're passionate about, whether that's the mocktails or the food or something that they're doing with the cars or the e-bikes but I think building that in intentionally and showcasing that can be really powerful for building this toward a plan that we can implement. And on the other side of it is like Elizabeth, back to what you were saying about like making sure that we focus on the big ticket items that can really address this. So we don't have this thing over here, that thing over there, but like the real big ticket items about what does take Arlington to just to be a beacon for clean energy, across the country. Identifying some of those projects that we can move forward so that we can both have a sense of fun, but also making sure that we're hitting what those policy areas that can have the biggest impact in reducing emissions and putting us on a path to sustainability.
Thank you.
Any other comments, Rob?
Yeah, sure. Just as again, congratulations, kudos, great event. I got there late and I couldn't even get into the auditorium.
I saw you. Have a seat.
No, it was fantastic. But just building on the comments here to focus on what's important, what you said about being kind of the community plan, just to reiterate that this has got to be two-way conversation about both informing the community about where most of the emissions come from. Because this whole effort of engaging with the community on the climate action plan is mostly on the behavioral change side too, right? Where a lot of the emissions come from. So everyone's excited about food, but as excited about electrifying their home and who's the star power to bring in for that. So, but we have to also make sure we're educating on where the main emissions, and I know you know this and you'll do this, but thinking about that two-way flow of information when we're doing these tabling events, in addition to collecting the input from the community, where they can make the most difference and biggest bang for the buck for our climate action plan. Great job. That's awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Final thoughts before we move to the budget. A little bit behind.
Is there a calendar of upcoming events like this, or is this just the first one? Now we're just gonna.
Yeah, so this is the first one. The engagement plan is supposed to be done this Friday. So we're supposed to get a final, engagement plan. So hopefully from there, we'll have dates and we
Can you
can
give
start.
ACOM like our meeting schedule?
Yeah. I know. I'm waiting for it too. I'm like, I need this plan now. So we'll start putting some dates down. And we have a website now. So the webpage is up, the Climate Action Plan webpage. And I'm posting everything we have right now on there. There's actually, we just launched an art contest. So it's for K through 12 Arlington kids. We're collecting art.
Yeah, we got it. Yeah, it's enough sustainability. Yeah.
So the winners will be used to decorate our climate action plan. So that's pretty exciting. So that's up. So as I start getting the engagements on the books, I'll be putting them on the website so people know where they can show up.
Would you mind on Friday sending that around to this group if it's ready for public consumption?
Yep.
I'm sure we'd love to get that in real time.
Yeah.
Okay. So we are gonna pivot, although this is really all connected to the FY 27 county budget. I had a nice conversation with Jen Fioretti and Jason Papacosma with Cindy last week, 2 weeks ago. I don't know, time's an illusion, but it was a good conversation about how we can be more effective in sort of timing our input to make sure that we are not commenting on something that's already baked or too far ahead of something else or misaligned. And so we talked a good deal about the recommendations that we had sent over in December and how, we're really, I think at the time we were thinking, well, this is well ahead of the FY 27 budget process, but not really. We learned that the FY 27 process began almost immediately after the FY 26 budget was enacted. So like a month or two later. So we can think about, now that we have details about what's in FY 27, do we want to engage in any kind of advocacy on this or communication to C2E2 about what we think should be in the budget and isn't, or, misalignment of priorities, or if we want to focus a little bit more on sort of a long-term adjustment and where we want to emphasize or accelerate in some of the areas that we've already been talking about. But Doug, for the second year in a row, has been kind enough to really dig into some of the budget documents, many of which are linked here, but if you're like me, you have not had a chance to pore over all of these details and numbers. So I've asked Doug to give us a little bit of an overview of the energy environment provisions of interest in the county budget that is going to be finalized here pretty imminently. Doug?
Thank you, Elizabeth. I'm gonna kind of start big picture and go back past and bring it up to current day and stuff a little bit. So some of you may know this, many of you may not. But as I go through this, please just interrupt if you got something or a question, just jump right in and stop me. Go into it. Arlington County is its own budget entity, of course. For many years, up until about 2020, so the bulk of Arlington County's revenue comes from real estate taxes. And for many years, about 50% came from single family home real estate taxes and about 50% came from commercial. And commercial included multifamily housing, multifamily residence things and businesses. So for a long time, they were able to have like a 50-50 split and it worked pretty well. But then COVID came along and Zoom started happening and a lot of the commercial business establishments went to, work from home. And so we have this office vacancy problem that many of you may have heard of. And for a while, people were saying, it's 21% office vacancy rate. Now the latest I've heard is 24% office vacancy rate. Talk about transitioning existing buildings from office to residential, but it's really hard. And once a building is built as an office, it's really hard to convert it to residential. A lot of times what the builders will say, take it down, start over. It's really hard to do. So that means that the revenue from the commercial side has been down. So Arlington has kind of struggled since COVID, since 2020 with revenues, and coming up with enough money to fund all the wonderful programs that Arlington County does. So, so Arlington fiscal year is July 1 to June 30, different than the federal government. So the process is well along now for what they call the 27 budget, which will start July 1. The county board hopes to pass their budget in April. And what the county manager, Mark Schwartz, very smart guy, he's been county manager for more than 10 years. He's proposed budget for this year, for this upcoming year, 1.69 billion. When I first heard Arlington County had a budget like over $1 billion, I was like, wow, that seemed like a lot, but it all gets spent. So of that 1.69 billion, 650 million goes to APS. And there's complicated laws about how local schools get funded that I don't know all the details of. But 1.69 billion, 650 million for APS. Arlington County has almost 4,000 employees. And if Rich is on, he can correct me, but I think that includes the APS staff as well. So because the county budget has been under some stress for this upcoming year, Mark Schwartz and the budget staff have proposed a few things. One, they're going to increase the real property tax by 1.5 cents. And, you know, the people in Arlington who are fortunate enough to own their own single family home will object to that. And, you know, there'll be some pushback, but I suspect that that will probably go through ultimately. In addition, water and sewer charge is going to increase by 1.5%. That's not a cents, that's percent. And, you know, again, there'll be some objection, but that'll probably go through. The two most controversial cuts are to the gymnastics program. And those of you with young children may be familiar with that. That's projected to save $970,000. Doesn't seem like that much. And then they're proposing to close Cherrydale Library, which is going to save $460,000. And that's my library. And I like Cherrydale Library. It's wonderful, but it's on the chopping block. I mean, Mark Schwartz feels you got to have some targets. So we'll see what happens on that. So with this size of a budget, I'm just going to give you an idea here. So the county for this upcoming year is proposing $98,000 of direct subsidies for housing under like 7 different housing programs. So that 6% of the county budget is direct subsidies for housing. Now, I've got nothing against housing. Housing is important.
You said 98,000?
98 million, excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Wait a minute.
I did say jump right in. I wrote it down wrong. I appreciate it. So this is like 6% of the county budget. And I'm also going to point out that last year, county employees, I love them. They got 3.5% increase. This year, they're scheduled for 3% increase. And I'll just observe, I was a federal employee for 32 years, and pretty much every one of those 32 years, I would have been happy with a 3% increase. But anyway, that's another story. Okay, now we're going to move up to February 22 of 2025. And those of you may know, this is when the county board passed the climate action resolution. 3 pages with a bunch of whereas clauses. Resolved that the county will endeavor to do certain things, and a lot of nice language. I was there in the boardroom that time. All the environmental groups were there. There was a big rally afterwards to celebrate that the county board had passed this marvelous thing. Many of the county board members, after the vote for passage, commented that it's great to have a climate action resolution, but it doesn't really matter unless there's, you know, action. You have to actually do things and not just have a resolution. And at least 3 board members expressed that sentiment at that time. So, okay, now I'm going back and talk about process a little bit. So I was on C2E2 last year, Cindy Lewin was chair. And we were trying to figure out how this process worked because we didn't really know. And so last year, what they did, they had a phone-in thing where all the different commissions, there's like 60 different commissions in Arlington, could express to the county manager and staff, one by one, what we thought the county should do in terms of budget. So everybody had like 2 minutes to say what you thought. And so I was on and I waited to the end to try to figure out what the vibe was. And then I said something, I don't even remember what it was. And then after that, like 2 months later, or a month later, there was this work session. So what the county does is all the major departments get a work session where the board sits down and the head of the different departments. So it's basically DES, Department of Environmental Services, which the air team is under. I'll talk about organization in a minute. Or, DHS, Human Services, Anita Friedman, which is housing is part of that, public safety, all this. And they go pretty much line by line. The county manager's there, the budget guy, Richard Stevenson, is there, and they get into a pretty good amount of detail. And last year, the commissions were allowed to say a few words at the county work session. And so Cindy was virtual and I was there in person, and I said something, and I wasn't sure whether I should be strident, whether I should be accommodating. I wasn't sure what tone. Anyway, I said a few words and it was forgettable. So Cindy and I were like, oh, okay, that cake was baked. All right, we could see at that point. So we said, this year we need to get out in advance a little bit. So in November, we wrote a letter to the board about budget stuff. And we thought, oh, we're getting in advance here because, it'll be January and February and everything's going on. Well, we can see now, like what you were saying, we may even have been late for that in November. So remember, so let's come back to housing for a second. 98 million in direct subsidies. The staff is like, I don't know, 100, 150 people for housing. A lot of county staff. Okay. Climate. What direct subsidies does Arlington County do for climate? The answer? Nothing. Not one penny. All right. Well, how much staff does the county have for climate issues? Well, we've got the Climate Policy Office, which currently has 3 people, Rich, Jen, and Rena. And we've got the air team, which actually currently is only 5. It was 6. So in our letter, we said, look, county, climate change is a big deal. You passed this climate change resolution. So let's just add 2 people to the air team and let's consider some kind of subsidies. And I thought, we asked for 2 people, maybe we get 1, we'll see, get people thinking about subsidies. So we sent in that letter, and so let's look at the document. Okay, so the Arlington County budget document, every year they've got like a comprehensive document. This year it was 1,148 pages. And it's available online. It's really well organized. It uses color. It's relatively easy to read and get through. You can tell what section you are. There's, it's a good piece of work by the budget people. I mean, they really do a good job. It's well written. It's not sloppy in any way. They do a good job. Okay, so what are they proposing to do with respect to climate issues? Well, guess what? There's no direct subsidies. But in terms of the staffing, so in Rena's office with Jen and Rich, there had been another position that was vacant that might, in theory, have been filled at some point. position for an environmental management specialist at $150,000 a year. And the decision in terms of proposed budget is to eliminate that position. So there would not be an opportunity to add somebody to Rena and Jen and Rich's office. In terms of the air team, they're also proposing to eliminate a vacant position for a solar facilities project specialist. That's a $62,000 position. So not really planning to do much. And then Jenna Peabody, who is the support for the C2E2 liaison, was recently moved out of the air team. And she still supports the air team, does comms for the air team, but she's not technically, I guess, going to report to Jason anymore. She's with the DES comms team. So really, the air team is down to 5 people now. So that's kind of unfortunate. It's kind of the way it goes. I'm going to talk about the Climate Action Fund briefly. John knows the history better than I, but several years ago, the idea was that there would be an amount of money every year that would be didn't have to be added into the budget every year. It's a recurring thing. What would it be used for? Well, it's kind of vague. You know, it's like special climate projects. And there's been some debate, like they proposed this and C2E2 and this committee are like, no, I don't think that's a proper use of the Climate Action Fund. It's only what, like 3 million or something like that.
Varies, about 1.5 now.
Okay, thank you. So, you know, there's nothing that I could find in the 1,148 page budget document that really said what they were going to do with the Climate Action Fund. What the budget document does say is like the Climate Action Plan. We're doing the Climate Action Plan. It's going to be great. You know, I love the idea of a Climate Action Plan. It's a plan. It's not like actually spending money. I mean, if Arlington County really took the climate change crisis seriously, there would be county money being spent. And there's really not, other than this very small staff, which works very hard and does great work under the limitations that they have to work.
So should be prepping for 2028 is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, well,
This is not over yet.
yeah, and we're, yes, and. I think in my mind, there are 3 areas where I think we could engage from an energy perspective on the FY27 budget. We may or may not be successful, but I think that we have the footing based on what we've already communicated. And I think, Cindy, has C2E2 already sent its budget letter? I wasn't at the last C2E2 meeting.
No, we'll send it on at our March 30th meeting, but what we did do was we were asked to send in questions to be discussed at that work session that Doug was describing. So we sent in questions about the Climate Action Fund, about the lack of the climate framework that they had said they would pass in the resolution, and a couple other things. But no, we'll be writing a more detailed letter.
Can I circle around? Because that reminds me that I forgot to do this. So this year, they flip-flopped it. So last year, it was the commission thing first, and then the work session. But this year, they're doing the work session, and they told Cindy and the other commission members that the commissions are not going to be allowed to speak at the work session. And then they're doing the whole thing with the commissions, where the commissions get to each one say something in like a month from now. And that's way too late. So
April 8th, it will be it's so ludicrous. But they did ask us to submit these questions before the work session, written questions, instead of being able to speak. So that was the trade-off.
Yeah, so I kind of think our best approach here is to call back to things we already said in previous communications should be priorities and aren't. so that we're not coming with new information or new priorities or kind of second guessing, but we're saying, hey, we recommended this, we said this, that's not what we see in this budget. We noticed, and to the extent that there's an opportunity to change it or course correct for next year, these are still priorities for us. In my mind, I like things in threes, so I would pick three areas that this really matters for energy. One, of course, is the elimination of the solar analyst. So the working group session for DES took place, I believe, yesterday. I started to watch the recording of this. I was a little short on time, so I was watching at like 2x speed. So comprehension is mid, but this is not a huge savings for this position. I do think that this position could be broadened to not just a solar analyst, but solar, batteries, energy savings performance contracts. This position could absolutely pay for itself. And we told the county manager that in our letter in December, that a lot of the investments that could be made just through figuring out, can this facility be enrolled in the existing virtual power plant for the Commonwealth? Is there a better demand response program for different types of facilities? Can we purchase or go in on some kind of battery installment with a public-private partnership that allows us to profit from that? An individual who's got a salary sub $65,000 could be doing some of this analysis that would easily bring enough revenue and savings back to the county to justify that position. So that would be number one, is the justification that I believe was stated was, this PPA with the solar, it's not really, moving forward. If we're not going to do that, then let's not spend money on this analyst. Well, there are a lot more analyses that somebody could be doing if they put their mind to it. And if they're focused on not just putting together, a PPA or a purchase, but on analyzing ways that county resources can be used to be monetized, that position can pay for itself easily. Second, C2E2 did include in its letter on the green building incentive policy a complaint about the FIAS pilot. I'm not really sure how well understood this pilot is by county board members, but if I understand it correctly, the pilot is not actually adopting FIAS policies or building anything to FIAS standards, but it is a payment to private companies to study and become educated on FIAS principles. This to me is not an acceptable use of the Climate Action Fund, which is supposed to be for bold climate action. Something that goes from that fund to a private company to either educate itself or enrich itself without any kind of enforcement on the other side that they would actually carry through with any kind of FIAS related work is not a good use of that money. And I think that we should be protecting that fund for things that cannot be done any other way than with a capital investment. The third is, I know that one of the items in the pay-go category, and I need to ask county staff about this, is $150,000 for energy performance upgrades. This should not be counted as an expense. We mentioned that energy savings performance contracts can be done in a way that only saves money long-term. So there are companies that their entire business model is to evaluate where they can save local governments money on efficiency upgrades, doing those upgrades, and then getting paid themselves with the savings that the county or local government realizes in its energy bills. Energy bills we know are going up, so the savings here should be at an absolute premium. So I don't know if that 150K is like an off-budget expense that's sort of set aside, or if that is a line item, but either way, I think it should clearly be delineated that that doesn't have to be an expense just because something is an outlay. Doesn't have to be counted that way and shouldn't necessarily be framed as, we're gonna spend this money, but we hope that it's, we're gonna make it up over time. So those are the three areas that I think we could comment from an energy perspective. But I'd love to open it up and see what others think, if others have had time to look at some of the budget documents, if people have thoughts and ideas in terms of strategy, do we engage on these items? Or does it look like nitpicking or second guessing? How do we want to cooperate with C2E2? So like, what's our role? Our charter is to advise the county manager and county staff offices. C2E2 is to advise the board. So we won't get, this same opportunity to speak on these issues as C2E2 will. But I think maybe we could send some kind of document or informational piece to C2E2 for its consideration. That would be one way to approach it. Or we could put together, a comment letter and see where it goes. But I think let's just throw it open and see what folks think about what we can do about this budget.
Couple of thoughts. On staffing, I think that's definitely an area that we need to weigh in on, that I'm sure C2E2 will weigh in on. How to frame it and maybe getting a little more information. The problem with the solar analyst is the position was conceived of in a certain way, being shared with facilities, and then the rationale for it evaporated. So it's a whole new idea to have an analyst position that's focused on, demand response and battery, installations and so on. I think it's a great idea. It's not clear that would, it's kind of a different idea. There's also the missing, that fourth position at CPO. And just so you guys know, Reno's sitting here. Written online.
That was gonna be not communication.
No. Yeah, it's a totally different policy. And I was just gonna say, staff aren't in a position to be advocating for budget changes. So they can listen, she's nodding, they can't, there's not too much.
We'll advocate on your behalf.
Yeah, but we can be and are concerned about that.
Yeah.
That there's 25% of their staff getting whacked, and they have a huge work plan,
Mhm.
just endless. So I'm at least and there may even be some way to marry these two things. The missing analyst
Yeah.
could be at CPO, could be.
Yeah, and I mean, I think if these positions aren't eliminated but deferred to the next fiscal year, that maybe is a decent,
Yeah, you at least don't want to eliminate
right.
the CPO staff, but ideally it's filled.
Yeah.
It's not a huge expense.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, they're gonna be moving some pieces around. Same with the analyst. Again, there could be some interplay between air and CPO, and somehow there needs to be an additional
Mhm.
analyst. The other thing I just thought I'd point out is they were gonna use up most of the climate action fund by this year. There'd be just a few $100,000 in it. They returned 1.2 million into the fund because a big project that they were looking at last year
Resiliency. Yeah.
didn't pan out. So we have 1.5 million in the climate action fund right now going unspent. We don't have to spend it now. It's partly for these out of cycle opportunities that come up. But we could get board language, for example, and a lot of what happens is board guidance at the end of the process. Influences or direct staff to do things differently next year, next budget or in the coming year. How to spend that 1.5 million could be budget guidance, or it could be actually in the budget. It could be something like just to connect the dots. We saw how Alexandria and Fairfax have these public charging programs that involves incentives and grants to get charging going in multifamily housing. We could learn from their best practices. They're ahead of us on this. Get a program in that area if it's not already planned, but I don't think it's in the budget. The other thing that I thought was unfortunate is that somehow the one commitment in the climate action resolution was to move with this budget into a climate budgeting process that involved the way it was framed was
I'll read. Develop questions to be used in the operating budget process beginning in fiscal year 2027 to support sustainability and climate-related decision-making.
so that was really the only hard commitment in the climate action resolution. Things happen. This budget was extremely challenging. Somehow that just doesn't seem to have happened. So that's another kind of board guidance issue, I think, that needs to be addressed and just encouraged and pushed forward.
I do want to go back to the working group recording, because I seem to remember the county manager saying something along the lines of, these climate policies and environmental policies are now embedded in every department's budget. And I wonder if that's how they addressed that, but it doesn't seem to me that that is exactly what we were asking for in the climate action resolution or expecting.
And actually it was a very soft commitment, something about questions, right? So what the most impactful way to kind of embed climate consciousness into the budgeting process is a complicated question. But more needs to be done.
Other thoughts on FY27 advocacy?
Just, first of all, thanks for going through 1,100.
It wasn't.
It's
It wasn't.
Yeah, it's a winning budget document, I think. I mean, he's a budget guru, so, Mr. Schwartz. Yeah, just to support the point you made, first of all, on personnel, I just want to be clear that if you use changing circumstances to cancel an FTE, we were going to use this person for the specific PPA thing. You could use changing circumstances like, you passed a climate action resolution, to use that same justification. Say, let's pivot that FTE instead of getting rid of it and then trying to start over again. Let's justify this FTE. It's in the same general mission space. So we should probably say, hey, instead of eliminating this for this specific purpose, let's pivot it to cover things that were envisioned when we passed a climate action resolution, like investigating PPPs and other things like that, right? To make it a more generic position. So just that gets into just the argument of how we frame, don't eliminate these FTEs, just change, still have them, but still change what they're being used for, right? So I support that argument and just say maybe we massage that argument a little bit. Second, on the climate action fund, totally support the with 1.5 million, you could do a lot of individual incentives the way Alexandria is doing too. And we should probably be, rather than just saying, hey, let's put a wall around this and either save it for later, or let's figure out what we want to do with it. I love your idea of having the board give a directive to either the climate policy officer, or air team, or both somehow to come up with what's the best bang for the buck for an incentive program that can fit within this bound at, 1.5 million, or even take, even just say 1 million or whatever. We don't want to spend all of it. What should be the right incentive value for, what is it, for EV charging infrastructure or other electrification measure, heat pump incentives, whatever. Where can we get the most bang for the buck in terms of greenhouse gas emission reduction with an consumer incentive program?
It's true. I mean, they are starting up the heat pump, the heat pump co-op. And there could be some sort of incentives tied into that too, but.
One of the things I've talked about a little in this group and in C2E2 last year, but not as much this year, is the expansion of a co-op model to do a lot more things that government can't really do quickly or cost effectively. So that was partially behind my question about what type of entity those Fairfax and Alexandria groups are, if they're a 501c3, if they're governmental. One of the things I love about a co-op is that it can do whatever the members want it to do. So, I think we talked about in our year-end letters, direct subsidies for smart thermostats. It's my view that having some kind of entity, and again, I like the co-op model for this, to provide upfront capital and financing to do siting and hand holding, to get devices in more homes, to get assets in more places, with some seed money that could really take off. And so when we think about, a heat pump co-op and maybe a charging co-op, could one entity do a lot of clean energy stuff? And then sort of form the basis of, what becomes, like a functional virtual power plant, where maybe we're selecting a vendor like Voltus, or maybe we're, selecting a different vendor for different functions, but kind of one entity that can do all of that, that is owned by consumers, and the mission is to deliver value back to the members from a clean energy perspective. So I know that we wanted to have much more conversation. I see your hand, Cindy, at C2E2 about what do we use the Climate Action Fund for? And I think the EC can provide some feedback there, but I don't know if there is like an active advocacy push for that right now. And of course, it would be about more than energy. And there's also the Climate Action Plan that is coming. And I think at least some sentiment within county government that, should we wait for the Climate Action Plan before we take big, bold action or spend, $1 million on something for climate before we have the plan in our hands. So that we're grappling with that as well. Let's do Cindy and then Lily.
I was just going back a little bit as far to John's point about, it doesn't look like these climate questions framework, which were the one, solid commitment, it doesn't look like they happened. They didn't happen. Susan Cunningham and Jen Fioretti have freely admitted that they didn't happen. So I think they're fair game. On staffing, in our questions that we said, we talked about the fact that the solar power person's leaving the CPO fourth position. That used to be an air position that was moved, and now it's been axed or frozen. And then the fact that Jenna has been moved, that all of these things chip away. And so we did make an ask for more staffing again. I don't know that we'll get it. But really what I wanted to, and we also talked about what to use for the Climate Action Fund. We talked about residential incentives and things like that, also public education and outreach. I do think that there's something to be said for saving some of our firepower for when we do have the Climate Action Plan. But fundamentally, we would welcome, and Doug has agreed to take the lead on our budget letter. And Henry, who some of you may know, has offered today to write a letter about what to use the Climate Action Fund for. So there are vehicles that C2E2 will be considering that we would welcome and are happy to incorporate what the Energy Committee wants to do, but we also recognize that, more letters, more voices, it might be more powerful. You guys decide what works better, but we are very open to incorporating what you have to say. So thanks.
Okay, excellent. Lily.
Yes, hello guys, how are you? I don't know if you can see me. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to speak. I just had this idea to suggest that solar is a technology that is so cheap and that is not being further at the federal level, but at the local level we should. And we just had a presentation on the plug-in solar, the balcony, and I know that the legislation is coming. Maybe we could propose as the Energy Committee that some of the money that the climate fund has be devoted to looking at how we can deploy this kind of either a subsidy or a campaign, something that goes to a concrete action that helps residents deploy this technology, because we don't really have any more federal push for this, but we need to figure out a way to increase the amount of auto production of energy so that people do not suffer from affordability issues. And I think that when you mix this economic incentive with the reason why the fund is there and a specific solution, it may resonate with the county, and it may guard the money towards a policy and an action and a strategy that is going to end in an outcome, in a result, rather than just paying for the climate action plan, or just to give the county sufficiently way to use the money for paying for the staff that we require. Thank you.
Thanks, Lily.
So.
Jamie.
Yeah, thanks. I want to second the solar thing, but I don't see a need to spend money. I mean, I came from Tempe, Arizona when I moved out to Arlington, and it's a city about 80% of the size of Arlington County. And I was a student before and got engaged with the council. And as students, we just proposed, can we show you Tempe Council, City Council, it's like 9 people. Can we show you our evaluation of your publicly owned buildings and where solar is a good fit? And it was a free thing we were happy to do. And then part of that got into the county deciding to then later allocate 1% of its annual revenues to go after projects. This was back when it wasn't quite price parity with the grid, but now that it is there an opportunity? Are we allowed to propose volunteer support rather than paying someone to do it, and giving that person who's a part of the community that kind of experience working with the county at an early career stage? Thanks.
Yeah, I think there's maybe a couple ways to do that. I mean, of course, from a First Amendment perspective, anybody can, propose anything at any time, but I think one of the things we want to think about is how do we get momentum and support and attention on the things that we are suggesting. I think one of the ways we do that, and we've kind of already talked about it today, is to not have a scattershot approach to like, here's 18 things that we could do, to sort of really refine it into like, here are some things that we should just be doing, and almost self-evident. But I think to the extent that there are individuals who are part of organizations or who have individual skills to be able to provide valuable analysis, the EC and C2E2 are places that can elevate and bring attention to those type of opportunities. I do think with a bigger local government like Arlington County, and I think that's really a theme that comes through these processes, the climate and cuisine event, the sophistication of the budget. Arlington really does have very sophisticated capabilities. But that doesn't mean that we need to spend money on everything and a consultant every time if there are, volunteers in the community that have those same skills. So, Jamie, let's talk more about, if there are specific things that you want to offer or that you're aware of that we can maybe start to elevate as part of our conversations, particularly with C2E2. Samson.
First, I think great, fully support the notion of fighting for these staff positions and narrowing in on very specific, like 3 you mentioned, I think are very strong points that we can bring to the commission immediately on their 2027 budget. I do think we've been thinking very much with a carrot, where do we get this money? How, if we just take it from the budget, we are very much coming to council and the mayor and saying, hey, we need money for this funding. I think we can also use the stick and we can find ways to push Arlington residents to sustainability, to endorse energy efficiency through financial measures. Instead of providing incentives, we can, charge people extra.
Fees and taxes, you mean?
Fees and taxes. So when we go to the budget committee and we say, hey, we have all of these fantastic plans, we have these subsidies, how are we going to fund this? Oh, we can do this through a $2 plastic bag tax. We can do this on increasing the cost, the property tax on people who use natural gas as their primary heating. Like, we can find ways in the budget, maybe not for 2027, but for 2028, we can find ways that can fund these projects while also not pulling it out of and being a deficit in the budget. I think it's something that might be worth looking into. Additionally, and maybe this is a bit of a longer term, but we can also look for ways taking the current climate funding we have and partnering with other departments potentially, and pulling from their larger funds to achieve larger climate plans like public transit, electrifying our EV systems, getting more EVs set up. We can partner with Arlington's Department of Transit, and then we look more like a coalition when we're spending that money, if we're dividing it up that way. And then finally, again, on the stick side, rather than like making net zero buildings and providing fair and far incentives, we can just make them mandatory or expand the CPACE to residential. Of course, CPACE will require funding from the government, from the county, but I think it wouldn't be a bad way, especially since it's in the long run net zero when it comes to the budget.
Great. One of the things I think that really constrains us in the particularly tax department is the Dillon rule, which means the local governments can't, impose taxes that the state hasn't imposed. And other people are going to understand this, the intricacies of this better than I do. But that is a constant constraint and a, hand permanently tied behind our back. I also think, one of the things we should always ask ourselves is this the right level of government to take this particular action? My fervent hope is that, when we look at, all this conversation about cost shifting from data centers, we should have been having that conversation about carbon years ago, and the externalizing that folks are able to do by using coal, natural gas for generation, et cetera. That shifts costs from private entity to public at large. So is the county the right place to impose a fee or a tax on carbon usage? I tend to think it's not. I think it's like a federal, carbon tax is the right level to do something like that.
But if the Fed's not gonna do it, then it goes to the states and localities. I mean, the federal climate right now is very anti all this stuff, so that just leaves more responsibility for states and localities. I mean, Feds aren't gonna do it, so we gotta do something.
One fee that we do control is the permitting fees, right? So if you, I don't know, that's something to maybe explore, like fees for paying,
Too high, yeah.
or for like, if you want to do a stick approach, like for gas infrastructure, like, I'm not proposing, but it's like maybe worth looking at. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked a lot about the benefits of home electrification and where I think that runs up against the commercial imperative is particularly for home builders, you know, at the high end of real estate where a lot of Arlington sits. Of course, you want the gas range, and that's an assumption that I think can be challenged. And it's also an education issue where the more people understand about induction cooking and the benefits of that, and they don't see it as just like, you know, the Wolf range versus the electric range that's clearly inferior. An induction cooktop is a superior product.
Yes.
Like that's an education process. But I know we're a little bit over time. I just, so I have to kind of cut this off. I will endeavor to put some of this in writing in a format that we could share with C2E2 as sort of like a compendium of thoughts on the budget from the EC, something that we could kind of like quickly endorse and be like, this is what we talked about, you know, for your consideration, and just kind of keep the conversation going. But before we adjourn, I just wanted to remind folks that I am looking to fill leadership roles on the EC. I've had folks inquire about the vice chair position and the membership director position. I would love to hear from folks by the April meeting as to whether or not they're interested in those positions. And I just want to remind folks too that the chair of this committee must be a C2E2 member. That does not mean you need to be a C2E2 member today in order to ascend to that position. It does mean that we would need to work to, you know, secure an upcoming vacancy on C2E2 for the EC, incoming EC chair if they're not already commissioner. So I know many of you initially had applied to C2E2. While I don't think the EC is a consolation prize in any way, because I think we do incredibly important work here, you know, this is also, you know, an opportunity to, you know, deepen your leadership and opportunities on C2E2. So please let me know if you're interested in the vice chair role or the membership role. I am going to likely do interviews for those positions after the April EC meeting, with the goal of filling those positions by June. And I know we have yet to have conversations about additional members on this committee. We have a couple EC members who have now passed the number of absences by which we are, you know, within our rights to ask if they intend to resign from the committee. So that could be a fun job for the membership. We don't take one. But in any case, let me know if those positions are of interest. And thank you again, everyone, for being here and for digging in. I wish this whole meeting could have been outside, but thank you all for finding it here. We're adjourned.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, guys. Bye.